Okay. Hey guys. Uh, I don't know if we're live yet, but today physics. It's gonna be 5 games, I believe.
Yes, there are. Can you still hear me?
I can. I have no idea if we're on the stream or not. We can break the fourth. We can make the what is it? Fourth wall.
So I'm trying to figure out. So I can hear you obviously via the chat on Messenger, but for the stream, I need to mute it.
Yeah, you shouldn't hear me via the stream. You should hear me through other means. Mac looks so much more professional, quote unquote, than I am used to. It's kind of weird. I haven't seen Mac in like 2 years. I suppose that's inevitable. But yeah, I'm guessing that there's no audio whatsoever for the actual game, which is fine.
I can hear it on a lag. It's just quiet.
Okay,
Well, let's
that's
get the
fair.
chat's input.
We have a table with a Woogle sticker and a Super Mario thing going on. Hey, Chance Bunzo, thank you for the sub. I'm sure Josh will appreciate it. Josh isn't actually watching right now because he's busy playing. But yeah, thank you so much for subscribing. We have a sticker that says Mac and it's pointed to him, which is kind of ridiculous. And yeah, Paloduro Canyon. Do you know where that is? Hey, Sinbad, how you doing?
Can anyone in the chat corroborate if our audio is adequate?
Um, yeah, that would be nice. It is adequate. Cool. This disjoint setup is interesting. Are there going to be racks?
Who needs racks?
Uh, I hope there's racks. It's kind of
I
hard to
think they'll
watch this
figure it
without
out.
racks. Oh, I guess you can see the racks underneath, sort of. There. Okay.
I see why it's
GQ.
vertical on the screen, but on the right side and left side is horizontal.
Yeah, no, underneath, like right next to the Mack Miller versus Josh Sokol, they have racks. I just
But yeah, nonetheless, the pointing in the wrong direction is some sort of error.
it does look a bit funky. I will say that.
But nonetheless, this is all good.
Yep.
Do you like Beard Mac better or not?
I I'm okay with the beard, but I'm okay without it. I don't really like this whole part, like the hair part thing. I'm not really a big fan of. It makes him look too professional or something. I don't know.
I
What's
hate
your take?
professionals. I'm just glad to see he's started eating finally. So Mac is going first. Looks like he has Kenoff. That might be
Mac the
his best
knife.
play. Maybe Finka, but
No, it's
probably
the
not.
knife. It's Mac the knife. Is that song before your time? It must be before your time.
Yeah, knife, I guess, is just the
You've
play.
never heard Mac the knife before as like a song lyric or like
It rings
There's
a
an
bell, but I wouldn't have had any context surrounding it. But I've heard
there's
of
an
it.
allusion to it in Super Mario RPG too, with like there's an enemy that's named Mack and he's a big, basically a knife.
Interesting.
It's a pretty common thing, but he has to play knife. It fits with his namesake.
So Josh has junk. He can maybe play Uri. But that's not amazing. Let's see. Yeah, I think he might just have to do it for lack of anything else. I don't see
Um,
anything that gets the K on the double. Exchanging is just unnecessary when you can score points.
I mean, he could do anything with just knifer is probably going to be the option, I would assume.
I was
Josh
thinking
like,
maybe Uri on top of knife forming OI and OF.
yeah, that's a bit risky because you're throwing an O in triple lane for no real reason. I would have
Triple lane.
preferred hooking knifer personally, but this is at least okay.
Oh no, not that Uri. The one he played was the one I was alluding to. But nonetheless, Josh agrees with me. Mack almost had Caragenes through the RE, but we're not playing clappers. This looks like one of those turns that he doesn't really have anything that stands out. So he's gonna have to figure out how can I do something reasonable that will give me a chance of being on next turn and scores.
Snackage.
Are there any six-letter words that he can make from the E in Uri?
Not that I see. It may not even be worth it if it's not good.
Right.
I mean, I have to start with an N or an S, which is kind of a problem. I think just Aga, which is what Mac has set up, looks good.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
You can even just play AG if you want, but hey, Chero, how you doing? Aga does
While
come down.
while Mac is mulling over this play, Josh has drawn beautifully to ER. Drew the X, the S, and the blank. Of course, the X only being good if you have the blank with it.
It looks good, but like, what is there?
Yeah, I mean, this particular board looks like relaxes is not gonna fit anywhere. Exilers doesn't fit anywhere.
I mean, it either has to start with an S, or it has to end in an R, or it has to play through like ugly tiles.
Maybe Josh just plays Kexes for 32, leaving the blank. That's not a horrible option.
Could. It's not great. I mean, it's just going to get overlapped again, and then you're in the same scenario with a much worse rack. But I mean, what else is there? Like, most of these options just aren't very good. Yeah, I'm sure he wants to get rid of the X, so the X isn't doing anything. But like, what are you gonna do? Just play Kex? I mean, maybe. Honestly, that's I'm honestly maybe the best option that I see right now.
No, I mean he's got to just take the points. I mean It's
Well, what
not
is he gonna
ideal,
do
but
when Mack overlaps? Because that's inevitably what's gonna happen. Like, what's his option after that?
yeah, I mean, there's no perfect scenario. It's just gonna have to be like a lot of positions. You just gotta hope for the best because I don't think you can just play Kex and leave 18 points on the table.
I probably would, but okay.
I guess, I mean, if you leave ELRS blank, you're kind of saying, all right, I have to bingo ending in R to hook ARE for rare.
Well, it's not just that; it's that the overlaps to Kex are going to usually leave something, which is what I care about, honestly. Like, you with Kexes, you can overlap, and you're going to probably leave nothing.
So Josh elects to do this, then a bit volatile, but oh, he didn't do it. Sorry, he didn't. Okay, he listened to me.
He did.
Oh, aha. All right. Does Mack have a big comeback play here? I guess not.
Lexus, I would consider, and I probably would have played if it not for the eye hook. But that's the main reason why Lexus isn't really something that we considered. Although the eye hook is delegated with the eye underlap, so that is also something to consider.
So right off the bat, this first game is kind of showing the merits of keeping the board compressed if possible because it makes life harder on your opponent, which means they're going to just make more mistakes. And you want your opponents to make mistakes.
I mean, they make mistakes, but they make small mistakes generally. Like in this sort of position, if you don't make the quote optimal play, it doesn't really matter that much. Like most of the plays that I see anyway are pretty close. Like you can play Yuka with Kexes, or you can play like YA. You can play Yuan, but they're all pretty close together, at least to me.
Right.
I don't have like a strong preference. I think that I mean I probably would play Yuka, but I don't think that's like a big deal if you decide to play something else.
So Josh has alum root through the A. I think he's going to see it. I don't think Ormolu's goes down anywhere. Is there a better bingo through the A? Probably not. What a draw. Mac just drew 4 T's. That is variance at its finest.
Could be worse. Please, the T's actually have like sort of spots,
Yeah, that's true. He could just drop yet for
something like that.
14.
Yeah.
And it looks like he will because I don't think Josh is playing there ever, literally ever.
Josh could have actually. Now that I look a little bit, Josh has room full over making LYE. That definitely could get played.
Oh, right. That's a word. Room full, of course. A room full of people.
Whether I think Josh is going to find that, it's not looking good right now. I don't think it's looking good for him to find the Allen route either. Actually, usually when players start mixing their tiles in this way and then putting the blank and trying to put them in order, it means they. Oh, he did find Allen route. Okay, nice.
How did you deduct that he found it?
Because he played it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna lag. Yeah, it's
So
odd. I don't know. I guess there's some sort of lag in some capacity. Can anyone in the
perhaps
chat tell us if we're jumbled badly?
So I this is one of those questions where do you sacrifice 5 points to block the O?
Probably.
It's close. I don't think it's obvious. Um, because while the O is the best spot on the board, the YE overlap is the second best spot on the board. The O isn't that great because you have to play through it, which is going to be difficult. You can parallel it, but the parallels aren't that great. Still probably worth it, but I don't think it's as clear as other people might. I mean, I guess it's 5 points. 5 points just isn't that much.
I think you have to absolutely play Tot because Yet also blocks one of your bingo lanes that you probably need because this board is quick to die.
That's true, but that that line's gonna lie. That line is bound to die anyway, almost for certain. I guess it's not gonna die as badly. Like Josh can play something like UN, and then I guess you have IN as an overlap. Or if he plays YER, then you have an IR as an overlap. So I guess there's more hope in terms of the overlaps and re-overlaps as options. So I mean that is a factor for that. You know that I guess has to be a factor. I do suspect that if it does go back to Josh, we may not see. If he does play top, we may not see UN, even though it's the best like points lead combination because of the fact that it can get re-overlapped. We'll see though.
I'm still looking for sixes that Josh can get down, but I guess he doesn't have them.
Sixes for what?
Hooking the T and alum root down to the triple.
I don't think he'd want to do that. Like, why would he
Interesting
bother?
choice. Interesting choice.
Quite.
I like it because he probably thinks that he's just trapping himself by playing the two T's off. There's just going to be a few more turns before he bingos, if he can even bingo, and it's just a disaster. So he's
I
probably
mean,
thinking, I'm just going to take the points and then I'm going to hope for the best because I'm in this position that's going to be suboptimal regardless. So let's turn over some tiles.
I'm honestly not a big fan of this. He's still two T's. It's not really making the board any more. It's still pretty easy to block the board regardless. If you play Tot, like the Allen Roots hook is at least preserved a little bit, because how do you really block it and score next turn? You kind of don't most of the time. Tot also has an S hook. You can play Stot. That means something. Obviously, there's an overlap. There's the ARE hooks. And you can create other stuff. Like, you can use E10 to create other stuff. I think that the board was just fine. I don't think that you needed to necessarily open anything. And I don't think that the points are worth it. And I don't think the board considerations are worth it either.
Well, he drew right into Trivets, which plays up top because SUS is a word now.
Well, yeah, but Josh
And
does block with UN.
that doesn't block it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. And he is. Well, how did you know? That's a bad feeling in Scrabble when you have one place to play your bingo and it gets blocked.
I mean, Alan still fits.
I thought that was cut off by one. I'm so dumb. This is what I get for looking at it on a small screen. I should just resign now.
And Indian comes down. Am I still winning? Does do I look like I'm on stream? I don't think I look like either Josh or Mac at all. At least I hope not.
They're probably just not seeing the commentator thing above your name, and they think that Mac is you because your hair is also parted.
I never part my hair. I refuse to part my hair from here on out. Josh plays Toric pretty quickly. Maybe a little bit too quickly for my liking.
Yeah, why not Trigo? I thought he's the guy that is like all about the G's, or
Yeah,
not really.
Trigo would have made sense. Logic would have made sense. Um, Corgi would have made sense. I would have expected all of those plays before I would have expected Toric, to be honest. Just because, yeah, Josh does take the G a lot, and the G's not very good here.
Yeah, Kenji, I'm looking at the display, and I think that it does make sense that people would think because it Mac and Josh's names aren't showed near their score, so people aren't going to think off the bat that it's not. It's just not that clear.
Yeah, that's fair. I. It kind of looks like you're also playing. So you have a beard and you're biting your nails, and
I cannot grow facial hair. That's a funny thing.
my facial hair, like it just grows way too fast, and I can't do anything about it. I wish I could just make my facial hair stop growing. I'm going to assume that this is one of those situations where the D is actually like a really good tile because of the dare hook and because it's so hard to block and because the rest of the hooks are just a lot worse. So I might be a little bit more inclined to play something like Win than it would otherwise be because of the fact that I want to keep as many ED endings as possible so that they all play.
Yeah, I think I agree. Play win or when.
It
Like
also blocks
consider.
the R, which is a good thing for you because you have an R, and that R is kind of, so that R is kind of duplicated a little bit. So if you're gonna if you wanted to play, you probably would want to play the R off unless you're gonna block it in some way, and this blocks it in some way. And I don't really see any good options that really play the R, so because of that, blocking the R does make some sense.
So Mac is going to go ahead and burn that D. He says, out the door with Kenji's thinking. I'm just going to take some points. And it's not even that many more.
A few more, but this is again one of those things where like a lot of positions and a lot of different plays are not incredibly different. I would have preferred, like I said, I would have preferred playing Win, I think, but I don't think it's that big of a difference here.
So if it doesn't get blocked, Mac is going to have Ceratoid from the C. If I'm not mistaken, that is a word.
Yep.
He does not have any sevens with his rack. So that's going to be it. But given Josh's rack, I don't see how he's blocking there. Josh has to play Plosh, I would think, and Wands. Plosh? That's good.
I don't know that word.
Sorry. What am I thinking of? Just Splosh, I guess. Okay.
Not incredibly likely he's going to block. You have to play from the E or the T, and there's no reason for him to do that. He's losing. He's not going to want to block out those lines. I would assume that he's going to probably play something with Ploy. Um, most of the time, anyway. So either Hop or Glop. there are other options as well, but he does play Glop, and Mack immediately plays Ceratoid.
So this game was looking like it was going one way, and then in a blink of an eye, went another one.
Bonehead, Noah, and Sid are playing elsewhere. So Josh is behind. He can play behind.
That looks like his only play, really.
There's some other options. You can. There's some overlaps to Ceratoids that are at least reasonable. The board is pretty bad right now. Like, there's not really a clear bingo lane. The best bingo lane is probably hooking Tway, and that's pretty awful.
Mack is in a little bit of a pickle now that he has the Q and the V, although I guess he's just going to play Bevy and call it a day.
Probably.
He can dump the Q later. He has 2 spots for QI. Sorry, it's 3. Well, one of them is a lot better than the others. So yeah, Bevy, he just is going to play. He's just doing that. Blocks the E, which is the only line at this point, other than the T hook for Way.
Could. It's not the worst option just to drop the Q here either.
There's also only one T left, so the Tway hook is a little bit less of a concern.
Yeah. Normally in these sorts of situations, like, I would consider playing like Levy through the E just because it blocks so much better. And the lead is a lot better. I mean, I'm not sure it's worth it just because it's such a point sacrifice. But I'd at least be thinking about it.
Now Mack will basically just get to cruise control to a win. It's going to be really hard to come back.
Yeah, Josh plays Desi like really fast. I don't. I mean, I'm not saying there's something better, but
With these 20-minute clocks, I guess time is of the essence.
is it?
And Mack picked up the second blank, so GG.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's just going to drop the Q for 31, and he's going to win.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to drop the Q right now. If I were Mac, I would at least thought about blocking. Because the D really is the only bingo line on the board. Like, it really is. Like, there's really only one way to lose the game. Like, if Josh had an A instead of an E and he played a Laramie, it would feel really bad. Because it's not. There's another Q spot. There's not like a urgent need to play the Q off. That being said, even if Josh did play something on a Laramie, Mac is still mega favored. So
I'm not seeing anything good for the Z.
there's It's just zona overlapping. Oh, that doesn't fit there. He may have to burn the blank for it even, but there's ways to score with the Z. He doesn't even need to.
Yeah, I guess I didn't consider the blank burning. Or Mack could fish for blazing. Just fish off the F. Because when you're up 100, that's when you want to fish.
Yeah, not so much. Josh is probably looking for ways to fish, but probably didn't find anything. He plays Mirage. Um,
Just throw it in the towel.
I mean, I guess you need to open lines at this point, so that accomplishes that. You don't really want to keep the R because of the R and Toric. You need to. You really need to get the D and Desi. Like that's really your main objective back into the game here.
So Mack can play zone, burning the blank, but alternatively maybe just play zonal, even though that's kind of giving him a decent spot. The
I think the Zarf. I mean, I guess you can get tripled like once in a blue moon, but I think you'd have to take that risk here. Zonal might seem okay, but like that blue moon thing still holds with like JA overlaps that could score like a bajillion points. Still might not be enough actually.
Yeah,
Like,
I was just gonna say. I mean, Zarf is just kind of unnecessary. Also, I mean,
well, Zonal scores 42, but like JA bingos, like, what's the worst thing that can happen? Like, can't you get hit by something that scores like over 130? Like, it seems
yeah, mind
possible.
you, I'm not seeing the exact pool, but
Like jailing and over zonal, it's going to score. Let's see, um, that scores 140. Like Josh would be up by 27, just as an example. Like that is a threat.
yeah, that is too close
Um,
for effort.
I mean, it's not likely, but neither are triples to the Z. I don't think that there's any. There may be one. I mean, maybe you just don't have to play there at all. Like, if you just hold it and play elsewhere, you should be okay. You can play zone underneath as well. I know that again burns the blank, but I think that might actually still be better, oddly, because there are no big comebacks to that. So that actually weirdly might be the best play.
Yeah,
In fact, I'm kind of liking it. Just pretty unique. I mean, these situations do show up, but I think that's where I would go because like you're up by 113 at that point. You have ALF, so your rack cannot crash. Uh, your opponent cannot bingo twice, and the worst case scenario is score like you're still going to be up by like 20 with a rack that is maybe not amazing but playable. So I think that never loses. Whereas Zarf maybe loses. I still don't see the what he can hit, but there probably is something. Zonal, you can hit jailing and things like that. So I think I do go with zone here. Mac does go with Zarf though. Uh,
unless you've seen the pool and deducted. I'm not worried about this guy. I got the blank.
I mean, he's probably right 99.9% of the time. There's probably exactly one permutation where he loses.
I'm trying
And
to
this is
find
not that
bingos for Mack,
permutation.
even though it's not his turn. I mean, that actually play Hillian doesn't fit anywhere. Oh, wait, is that good? No, it's not. No, never mind. Never mind.
How did they set the camera to rotate with the board? The camera's actually attached to the board. Josh can explain it better than I can. You hear some echo when I speak. I do too.
I'll turn my volume down.
I think that's on your end, Joey.
Yeah, I turned it down as much as I could, but
Okay.
I don't know if I can do it anymore.
It had some ambiance, to be honest. That's fair.
Yeah, I should do that. They're down in the car.
All right, I'm gonna assume that this game is. I mean, I'm not gonna assume this game is over. Um, I don't even know what Josh is looking at, to be honest. Like, I mean, I guess you could look for triple triples to hit, but they're always gonna get blocked. So why do you even care?
Josh loves to use every minute of his clock to make us suffer.
Yeah, this is why I like resigning.
Marlon, are you in the building?
All right, bag is empty. Mack doesn't exactly have a good play. It doesn't really matter. Yes, if you want to, you can look through the windows of the R. I usually don't bother. I'm perfectly content just winning games, especially when spread does not count, and it rarely does. Wangled. Wangled. Uh, I would look for something fancy, but point care is not a word. It's just the name of a guy. Yeah, there's not even anything fancy to do really. Can look for nothing two, or you can talk to chat. I need to hang some curtains. Huh. I'm I'm pretty certain this is not on me. I'm pretty certain this is on Joey. I'm gonna blame you for the audio, even if it's not you. Although the squeaking chair, my chair does squeak a little bit. Wayne Alum Roots. Okay, Mac, just play something. Oh, I didn't update the score. My bad. It's obviously over, but I needed to update the score a little while ago.
Something you'll like, Kenji. Timberwolves up 13 on the Nets. Anthony Edwards has taken 0 shots.
Sounds about right.
4 turnovers, wow, in the first quarter.
Nice, Sarah. Thanks for subbing. Josh is playing, so he can't really um, acknowledge you, but I will acknowledge you. But happy 21st birthday. Happy birthday!
I'm gonna come back in a few minutes while they break. I'm gonna go get my headphones.
All right, cool. Boom, 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 boom. If Josh were at home, I'm sure he would be playing Happy Birthday on the piano or something. Actually, he probably wouldn't be. But Josh, why haven't you played something yet? It's really easy. Just put down like the A, put down like AE over mirage, say 2, and hit the clock. It's really not very hard. Do I know the IKM? I obviously know the IKM. There won't be a very long break. I mean, they have to bag the tiles and then they have to start again. So there's not really going to be a break. There'll be like, it'll take them a few minutes to do that. They're going to do their post mortem thing, which experts do for whatever crazy reason that I will never understand to this day. I guess when you're like friends, you could do that and you can just like talk. They're probably hopefully talking about like what they had for dinner or like who's sleeping in which bed tonight or whatever crazy stuff. But yeah, I don't I don't do postmortems. Yeah, they muted the audio. Um, you can tell Josh this is if you think this is problematic. They're at Sid Morales, I think. So or somewhere near there anyway. So yeah.
I'm back.
How can you spend an hour going through a game after it's done? I mean, that's just crazy.
You can hear me,
Like
right?
I could spend 3 hours going under a position, but when I'm spending 3 hours going into a position, I'm theory crafting. I'm not like
Can you
I'm
hear me
looking
or
for
what?
something very specific. I'm not like just talking. I don't know. Josh can do it too. I just can't unless I'm
Can you
looking
hear
for something
me?
very specific. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't. I want to know what that weird painting is in Josh's background. Like they have this like bizarre. I don't even know what that is. Like this just white thing with like orange and green, and it's like somebody was painting somebody on a like some weird Santa Claus thing on a bicycle, except that they were like tripping out when they were doing it. I have no idea. And it's on like this what looks to me like I don't know some weird stand that reminds me of like a high chair or something. I guess I can't see it very well, but yeah, I don't know. Very weird painting.
Now that I have my headphones in, I'm getting the full dose of the double audio.
Yeah, you're very echoey.
And I mean, from our perspective, there's going to be that because I'm communicating with you on Messenger and hearing it through Twitch. So let's see if the comments say that we're still echoing badly because it might not apply from their perspective because they're not on the messenger call.
Yeah, chat. It's Joey echoing.
It was you, I think, but because of me, in theory. And now my headphones should have alleviated the issue, but if not, I'll just go.
Yeah. I think it's all right, Josh.
What'd you call me?
No, Josh asked in chat whether things were all right.
Oh, okay.
Joey is kind of sounding distant. Well, Joey always sounds distant, but that's just there's nothing you can do about Joey. Basically, story of this game: Mac drew both blanks, Mac won. In most games of Scrabble, that will be the case.
No, Josh got Alum Root blank.
Oh, that's true. No, you're right. It felt like Mac drew both blanks. At least to me, it did. Whether it was
Yeah, I
true
mean,
or
when you
not
play
is.
Testin and then just draw Bingo Bango, that's basically the same thing.
If Josh played Roomful, actually, he probably would have won this game.
Probably.
Yeah, because Mac would be pretty screwed with the T's, and I mean, Teston actually ended up winning in the game. I still don't think it was a good play, but we are cheating because we can see into the bag now. And I think we are about to restart. I don't know if I'm supposed to update the series. I'm not 100% sure I'll do that, although I have a pretty good idea. Let's see. Oh, I guess I can't. Okay, well, Mac is up 1-0.
Yeah, can you just go to the folder that says series score?
There's 3 folders.
Can someone explain why the bag is held high? It's to make sure it's to provide your opponent the information that you are not looking into the bag. So if you hold the bag up above your head, then there's no illusion that your opponent could possibly think that you can see into it. That's the main reason. Obviously, the vast majority of the time it doesn't matter, but I have had an opponent who decided that it was perfectly acceptable to look into the bag while they were drawing.
So what do you think of him playing Hey instead of Yeesh for 30?
Seems pretty standard to me. I think I'd rather play Meshi than Yeesh even, but I think K and Yay are fine. I might prefer Yay just because of the lack of hooks. Josh doesn't have either the T or the W, but it's not that big of a deal. Mack with a lot of heavy tiles. Probably want to get rid of some of them here. But also not a lot of great ways to do that. You can play Vin, but that leaves a lot of hooks. You can play Hip, but that also leaves a lot of hooks. Pinky, but it leaves HV on a board where HV is not very good. I think I prefer Vin out of all these options. Vin does set up the K as well for KHI. It's not that likely to stay there, but it's worth something. I can play Hive as well. That's at least all right. Mac does go with Pinky. That V is going to be a problem for him. So that is a bit scary, but I fully understand you do want to get rid of tiles, and getting rid of 2 of them is your primary goal. That being said, something a little bit more defensive might have been reasonable, especially after HEY, which is implies a pretty strong range. Not like amazing, but it's still a pretty strong range. You don't really want to open that many things. Josh plays Moperies. He could have played Reimpose there. Might have referred a little bit, but Moperies is fine as well. I expect Hup to come down pretty quickly. Can't really justify pretty much anything else here. You need to get rid of the U. Ideally, get rid of the V as well here, but it's so much of a sacrifice. You have to play something like Val, Val homing NU with Moperies, and that's 16, and it still keeps HPI, which isn't great. Yeah, it's not great to be blocking the E of the S, but this spot's going to get blocked anyway. So I think that's likely to come down. And it does.
So seemingly Josh doesn't have any T plays hooking the HE, so he's going to be stuck playing something maybe like Got and Vey. Has some decent leave synergy, scores something.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Kolog, the O and Moperies.
Yeah, that looks like a good one.
But yeah, maybe God and Day looks fine.
Seeing as
Probably any
Josh
one of those 2. What?
has the board lead, Got makes more sense. Try to clog things.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that Mac is balancing. So, I mean, God does make more sense on that level.
After Hup and Pinky, Mack's range isn't that strong, but it's definitely not bad. As we can see, he's gonna bingo. Most
Yeah,
likely,
Hup isn't
actually.
that scary. Pinky's a little bit more scary. Like, Pinky has a blank a decent percentage of the time.
Mack is gonna get down reavails most likely for 90.
Yeah.
On the double.
Yeah. I mean, Josh can play Clang as well. Like, that's not that terrible, but I mean, now that I look at it a little bit more, it's becoming more reasonable, but I just don't think I can do that. It just TOT is just so bad. I mean, blocking the R does have a lot of merit just because you want to block the bottom right quadrant, and Clang is really the best way of doing that, I guess. But It's just at such a big cost. And Gott does a pretty good job of blocking the top right, so I think Gott is probably going to be the play, even if it's not going to work out. Letters have personalities. They have personal lives. They are sentient beings. They're normative beings. Tiles are sentient beings.
I predict that after Josh makes his play and after Mack bingos for 90, Josh is going to be ejected.
Know how Mack looks right now when he's thinking about absolutely nothing? Because it's very clear just by looking at Mack, he is thinking about absolutely nothing. He's just like staring there, like he's not thinking. It's worth noting those sorts of things. A lot of the time, like look, he's just like looking away, and he's just like I'm bored. Make your play, Josh, so I can bingo.
That's the story of my life, man.
Yeah, no, Josh should be considering it, Elderword, but I think he'd be considering blocking the hay stuff more. And the hay blocking with Got or something like that just is it's more effective in general. If you just go with get to the E and moisture 6. I mean, Got for 18 just does the same amount of blocking. Like you do need to block like the hay spot and all that sort of stuff, and you want to be blocking all of that stuff. Josh is gonna go Kata, just very aggressive. The R being in the double double just does not matter. Like it matters in this case, but that's just worrying about worst case. It's not likely to matter.
This is a funny occurrence, these first two games, with him leaving the GL against what we would think he would do.
Yeah, Josh is opening a new leaf when it comes to, or has turned a leaf when it comes to keeping the G. Maybe even too much for my liking, but he seems
I
to be
love
okay with
G's,
it.
Kenji.
What?
I love G's.
Fair enough. Josh picking up the F like he's gonna do something. Probably just flog, I guess.
Reminder to update the score.
That's updated.
G's, okay. Yeah, literally just updated on my side.
It takes some time. Is he gonna play the S or not? Is actually a pretty good question. He elects to do so. Like the main reason not to play the S here is for information because now Mac knows that Josh has an S. For better or worse, I guess it doesn't really matter in this case too much. But you are giving your opponent that sort of information. I remember doing this against Joel Sherman once, and Joel looked at me like I had two heads. Like, why would you ever do that? And I'm like, because there's 3 S's in the bag, Joel, and there's 8 tiles in the bag. If you couldn't figure out I had an S, then I don't know what you're doing playing this game. But it's like, well, but you might not have an S, Joel. 15 tiles unseen from your perspective, 3 S's. I'm drawing 4 tiles. Even if I didn't have an S, I would have drawn one. From your perspective, I don't want to have 3 S's.
Joel can be irrational at times.
Only at times. Anyway, Max playing JO, which is completely expected.
Josh is no longer in my picture. I think he might have rage quit.
Oh, he's back. These options look pretty shit. I'm not seeing anything I'm even remotely happy with right now.
I'm happy with the resign button.
He's down by 38. You don't resign. I really don't like the options on Josh's side. They look really bad. There's stuff like did along hay, but that blocks the best lane on the board for you.
You can just play lid, maybe,
It also blocks the best lane on the board,
but it leaves the S hook. Yeah.
I guess. Pretty bad S hook that's likely to get blocked. Play Irides, that's kind of bad. Irid and IS, maybe, yeah. I mean, he goes with did. I'm not a big fan as to what this does on the board, but I guess I don't really like the other options too much either.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's going with did because the LIR is just so ugly. I can't believe that he would. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I
not
guess.
that bad.
I mean, it's pretty contingent on drawing AE.
Max Rack is not great either.
What a draw to ILRS. I blank.
Hey, I'll take those. Even if I'll take the duplicate eyes to get the blank.
Yeah, exactly. Fees is really the only thing you can do. I mean,
Yeah, pretty much.
especially now because Josh's only really good play is Fleurs. If you even call that a good play.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call that a good play, but I mean, Mac doesn't know that. Mac might consider blocking, but the blocking options are just so, again, so awful.
I
Oh,
don't think
I
I've
got.
ever made a good play in my life, to be honest.
Sorry, it's a new scoring system. The comment I have to update the score manually. It's annoying.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, it's exactly what I call it. OES is 20. Ew.
How many people are watching the stream now?
26, according to my metrics.
Woot.
I mean, OES is 20. It's not the worst play in the world. It does block fairly well. Maybe. Yeah, maybe Elder Word. I'm not terribly averse to it. I'm not super thrilled with that either, but I I probably would be playing fees here just because you're gonna have to block the F2 eventually.
Yeah, in general, the F isn't a huge triple concern, but regardless, I mean, it's literally just wide open for points, even if it's not a bingo.
Well, I'm worried about having to exchange when I'm playing two vowels off here.
And that.
Also, like creating an S hook, like you know that Josh has an S spell because he played flogs. So making plays like AE that have potential S hook implications are not exactly what I'm looking to do. That being said, you're just not thrilled with any of your options here. I still would be playing fees. Mack does elect to go with AE. So it's either going to be Fleurs or probably Inia. I think those are the two major options that I see anyway.
I don't see how he can play Inia because if the F gets blocked, then Josh is just like kind of screwed.
There's still like DA stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he could, in theory, bingo. It would take probably another turn to clean his rack up, but because LIRS blank is pretty dependent on drawing an E.
I mean, the thing too is that if he plays Inia, like Mack couldn't play with the F last turn, or didn't elect to, and probably isn't going to get to very often here either. So you are kind of limiting Mack's options. Do you infer your opponent is Val heavy at this point, or not so much? I feel like, I mean, it's certainly possible, but it's also very possible that they're very bingo heavy. Like AE is the second blank a decent percentage of the time, and sometimes it's just like, I don't know, DEALS or something like that. So I
On
think
this
both of them are
board,
possible.
it's definitely ambiguous since there's lack of places to do anything.
Fleurs comes down. Mack now has the case S. Fleurs should make it a lot more likely that OG forming reavails comes down. Because of that case S. Although it does take a D, I think. Yeah. But I would still see that OG probably is going to come down. I don't really see any other good options. And indeed, it does come down. Itemizer is going to come down for Josh pretty quickly.
This thing changed quick.
Itemizer is going to come down quickly.
He smiled. I think he probably sees it and is second guessing himself.
Okay, good. I'm back in one of those really ugly spots where you have to consider blocking the E and itemizer just because you don't want to give away a scoring spot, but you probably aren't going to.
Yep, I don't see anything. He can play B E A U, but I guess I don't know. Maybe that is the play.
Well, he's gonna probably have to play like Abishai or something like that, but it doesn't feel good.
No, that's an E. Oh, I see the other spot three. Okay. Is there any merit to him playing cause and itemizers?
I mean, you need that's the last S. You really want that last S to bingo, especially with like. I would normally say especially with the OG spot, but the OG spot is staying there so rarely. I think you need the itemizer spot though, but that's going to get blocked too. Like this, really, despite the fact that there's lines, those lines are going to disappear quickly. That's probably your main concern if you're Mac. Actually, is the fact that all of your scoring options are blocking lines, and Josh is going to continue blocking lines.
So, unfortunately for Mac, Josh has Tendrin and OG'd if he sees it.
He has indenture.
And that.
Tendrin is not a word.
You sure?
It's just Donert.
Sorry, I'm thinking of the DD Dendron. Okay.
There's some chance that's Colin, but it looks familiar.
No, I think I'm just.
Yeah, it's Collins.
Okay. What do you know? All right. Yeah, I'm gonna blame Collins. That's why I did that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Very tilting turn of events for Mac, I'm sure. Not what you want to have happen. If you can't tell by Mac's expression on his face, he's tilted.
Anyway, the tile count. There's 27 unseen tiles. There's 20 in the bag. But again, bingo lines in this board are very scarce. It's going to be very hard to do much because all the bingo lines are on the right side of the board, and that's going to last exactly one turn. And it's pretty hard to open anything else. So I think maybe something like DEES to the S and flogs. Like, I think the situation really is that bad. I don't know if you have any suggestions here. Like, maybe nub and dab and keep 3 E's, and that way at least you have a snub hook and an N to play through. Maybe that's a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah.
They're both pretty bad. Maybe Ben, Ben, to the forming Dan at K3, but again, you're keeping ESU and not really very good floaters and creating a scoring spot, another one. All of your options pretty much suck. But you have to create something. You can't play like BEEN. Like you can't play BEN through the E and itemizer. It just loses the game every single time. Like you never win. Or unB. Like those just are not winning options. maybe buses to the S in flogs and then try to draw the last A. Oh no, there's not. There's more than one A. Never mind. But you could fish for like try to hit like abuses. That's generally the kind of thing you're looking for. You're generally looking for some way to create a hook that opens the rest of the board. And just assume that your opponent's going to always play like through the E and itemizer or something like that that's going to kill the major lines. You're not going to hit those lines. The OG spot, even though it's there, even though it's open, to you it's basically dead because you're not getting it ever. Maybe not never, but if you do get it, it means the game is over. Mack doesn't like to go on B. I just don't see how this ever wins. But
He probably just said, F it.
very possibly. Josh's blocking plays are really not that great, but he's going to make one, almost certainly. I don't know which one he's going to let to choose, but he might take some sort of risk and make some play like Arvo and leave the Biog hook and just assume that Mack doesn't have a bingo that starts in G and ends in S. Because it's so unlikely. I could see something like that maybe happening. More likely he's going to play something like Ivy or Zax. I might actually like Arvo here. You're going to hit a lot of scoring plays next turn with the Oak spot that you've created. So unlikely that opponent has a bingo that starts with G and ends in S, and even if they do, they're still ahead, or you're still ahead by what's going to be over a bingo probably. Plays worried.
Prediction.
Also makes sense. Max rack is pretty terrible.
One might say.
I don't think he can exchange here. I actually think the Q is probably a good tile for Mack here, just because he needs to hit some 100-point bingo, probably. That's never a good sign, though, when you're saying, yeah, I need to keep the Q to draw the U so I can hit a 100-point bingo. Generally means you're not going to win.
I know for a fact Marlon is not watching this because he would have gone ballistic by now that they haven't resigned.
Marlon would not be watching this because Marlon would be going ballistic because I am commentating.
Maybe, maybe not.
And Marlon doesn't think I know what I'm talking about.
Rightfully
With
so.
Al's probably going for the L hook, which he draws, but doesn't do much good to draw it when A, there's D hook that Josh has, and an X that Josh also has. But again, there's not really a lot of ways this could have gone right for Mack. So Josh is going to score a lot, probably 50 for AX, is my guess. He might think that that is not good enough because he's going to leave triple triples that he doesn't want to leave. So if he just elects not to do that, it's because of the possibility of triple triple. But honestly, even at this score, even a triple triple isn't going to win the game, probably. Are there any 3x3s in the bag after axe? I don't know. Probably. There's 16 tiles in the bag, so. Yeah, there's like Etiolate is in the bag. But Etiolate is. You're still behind after Etiolate. But I mean, it's a threat. Vanda, which Josh has lined up, is actually pretty good because it not only blocks, but it also keeps the X drop, which Mack can't really afford to block. So that's why he has it lined up. It reduces the. Excuse me. Sorry. But playing Vanda in this spot does allow him to drop the X next turn. So I think that's probably why he has it lined up, and that is what he's going to play. It's actually probably the best option here.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Well, I mean, he can block, but he's not going to win the game ever if he blocks. Mack probably knows that Josh has the X, but yeah, just I mean, he's pretty much in resign mode here. X comes down. Matt can play Vandalize if he wants.
Oh, yeah, might as well.
I mean,
is it definitely good with yes?
I mean, almost everything is. I imagine it has to be. Yeah, it's good with yes, and he does play it. Josh now about to waste a minute of our lives trying to play the perfect end game.
Yeah, because how long this has gone on, I have to actually leave now after this game because this game should have been over.
Fair enough. Are you commentating tomorrow or?
Yeah, I think I'm like doing it all day. I thought.
Okay, cool. I don't think it's all day. I'm supposed to do the. I think you're doing it in the morning and I'm doing it at night.
Oh, okay, even better.
Something like that. I don't know. Ask Josh. Josh kind of makes the schedule and then just like, are you okay with this? That's kind of how this works, at least for me.
This is the only part of the college football season where I'll actually watch.
Oh, it's bowl season.
Well, yes, but I don't think it's bowls. Tomorrow's just the conference titles, like
Okay.
Alabama versus Georgia.
Anybody who has sports questions or sports comments should probably be posting them now because as soon as Joey leaves, I'm going to know nothing. And I promise you, Axer also knows nothing. Who will win the Super Bowl? Joey, who will win the Super Bowl?
Rogers.
Bucks, is that what you said?
No, Packers.
Oh, you got the Packers. Okay.
Yeah, the Milwaukee Bucks are going to win the Super Bowl.
No, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is what I thought you meant.
Oh. Sorry. No, hell no. No. Yeah, absolutely not. Maybe the Patriots, honestly.
You just want it to be the Patriots?
Yeah, I mean, they're playing best. Like, they have the best defense, and their offense is fine. That's a good recipe to win.
Krebsy approves of your choice um, of the Patriots.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get to decide who plays well. You know, I just watch and make predictions and exploit Vegas for their inefficiencies. Ain't that right?
Josh plays you now for 4. I'm gonna guess that either oft or of is gonna come down. Maybe F. And then Josh can play Ruga. And meanwhile, he wasted 3 minutes on that play, which again is incredibly too long. And everybody in chat should like find Josh for the 3 minutes that he wasted of our time because I have no idea why he's taking 3 minutes to find an end game. You just play like the T after just and say like 11. It's really not that hard.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and log off. Enjoy the
All
night.
right.
I'll talk to you guys
Cool.
tomorrow.
Catch you later. It's fat. With Ruga or Augur if you want. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes is a long time. I lose my patience very easily. You're not doing anything constructive when you spend 3 minutes to try to find an endgame that isn't even optimal. It's not even close to optimal. You're just wasting time. It's all you were doing is wasting time. Oh, don't worry, he's going to. He knows that I feel this way. He knows that I just think he's completely wasting time. Most people waste time. It's an end game. There are 30 people watching. 30 people times 3 minutes. That's an hour and a half. You've wasted an hour and a half of productivity. Yeah, I don't think he's going to watch the bottom of this either. 1-1. Exactly. Exactly, Nets. He did invest some money for some nice camera holders. Next thing you know, he's going to spend some money to actually create a sign that tells us which player is Mack and which player is Josh, rather than getting a piece of paper and using some arrows. As intense as chess championship. Every minute deemed by me is to be wasted is minus $10. What is that thing above the clock? It looks like a piranha, like a head of like pea piranha or something like that. To my knowledge, Sid is not somebody who is like a Mario person, even despite the fact that he has a Mario thing on his table. You remember some commentaries which would cover random, unrelated stories even during the game. Oh, trust me, those are coming. Those are definitely coming. Five hours is a long time to be doing commentary without having random, unrelated stories. And it's not like Josh ever tells random, unrelated stories on stream. Like, that never, ever, ever happens, does it? I would like to know what font all of these things are in. Like, this looks like some, like, prehistoric, I don't know, Flintstones-y font. Yeah, Josh never goes off topic. He just switches the topic. He doesn't go off topic. He's just switching the topic. All right, we are getting started. Let's get this party started. Okay, that was pretty bad. Newts, I can't. That's part of the problem. I'm not able to change the series score. The series, I'm only allowed to change the score. Axotypo can actually sing. I can't. You don't want me to keep singing. But it's 1-1, so it's 0-0 is the same thing as 1-1, isn't it? Mack has Yared lined up. I should renegotiate. Yes, I should definitely renegotiate my contract. I need to get paid more, yes. I need to get paid more than 0. Here it does come down. Mack is unfortunately opening vertically, which I do not approve of. Josh with Q, 2 I's and 2 L's. Almost has some things, but honestly pretty bad. Maybe just drop the Q, maybe exchange. Nope, just drops the Q and blocks Perspire in the process. Oh, he doesn't block Perspire. What am I talking about? Josh will bingo back. Well, he might bingo back. He should bingo back. Will he bingo back? I don't know. Stay tuned to find out. Tarosky, they use some sort of clamp so that the board is actually, there's actually like a beam or something like that. The camera is above the board. And so that's how they've made the camera aligned. I've seen that done at other tournaments as well. There's some ways that it works. It makes the actual playing experience a bit awkward, but it's generally pretty high, so it generally works okay. There's Milliere. I am not sure what they're talking about. Millipede is a word, also other word, but yeah, millipede is a 9. There's other stuff like millime, millirem. It does look like the entire table is moving. I think that's kind of cool. They're rotating the table. Why rotate the board when you can rotate the table? Yeah, let's just rotate the entire Earth. Tim Weiss's favorite word is about to come down, probably? I would probably be blocking here or playing something a little bit more defensive, personally. Well, maybe not. I don't know. You can justify a lot of things here. The Perspire's hook is obviously not ideal, but there's not really a great way of blocking it. Goal when you're ahead here. I guess you're not ahead that much, but if you're gonna want to block the board, the goal is to probably block the bottom left or the bottom right. That's the best quadrant to block at this point. It's gonna be pretty hard to block anything else because of that Perspire's hook. Whichever way that Perspire hook blocks is the way that this board is going to go. Tempting exchange keeping ES a little bit, but Mosey's 30. Stuff like Sui is 23. There's too many ways to score. Mosey comes down. I watched the Jetsons, but it's been a while. I assumed by this point in history we'd all have flying cars. I am very disappointed that we have not evolved into the flying car era yet. On a side note, there's a Scrabble player who plays fairly often on both Woogles and ISC, whose name is Elroy. Me, George Jetson. I can't do the song part of it, but I do think it's fine. George Jetson was born August 27th, 2022. Okay, so we gotta wait a little bit. Josh has Jetons lined up. He also has Zone, which is just better. Yeah, but Zone. And this is kind of the decision node at this point. Like, what does Mack want to do? Because most of Mack's scoring plays now are going to involve Respired. And so the question just is, do you want to block or not? And if you do, you need to do it now. And if you don't, then you need to not bother. Because a play like Udo is going to open the board, and a play like Otto is probably going to shut it down, although not entirely because of the year it took. Wonder, the score is 1-1. I was not given control as to update that, so we'll have to talk to Axe or Typo about that. Mack shaking his head like he doesn't want to do something. He's probably wondering why he's break up this rack. The year it took is going to be annoying if he does close it. If he does go with Otto, then that year it took is going to indeed be quite annoying. That being said, I think his real only alternative is Udo, and then Udo does bluff the Esok, but it just really opens the rest of the board because it's gonna play down hooking Udo, and there's gonna be absolutely nothing you can do to close the board anymore. Does go with Otto. So because of this game is going to largely rely on what happens with that year took. No, it's not a huge deal, Elderword. I mean, it has more to do with ranges. Josh's range after zone is pretty decent. So you're a little bit behind in range. So you do care a little bit on that front. But AENT is not a bad leave either, so you can also be doing that. But technically, no, there's nothing wrong whatsoever with opening or closing the board. Not like Josh's range is super strong after zone. It just isn't. And the play before that was a bingo, so. Oh, you made it to the semifinals. I didn't even know. Did not even know. Congratulations, Mr. Anderson. It is my goal to make everybody start calling Wander 15 Mr. Anderson. I still think that is the correct name. If that name were available on Twitch, I think that Wander should have it. He is, in my book, he is always going to be Mr. Anderson. Who's Wander 15? Wander 15 is Mr. Anderson. Josh either going to play Jutes, probably, or maybe just Jaw. I think I might just burn the S here. I think it's probably worth. Tony Hawk. Is Tony Hawk still around? I don't even know. Tony Hawk was cursed by the Greek deities to be loved by all and recognized by none. That's probably true. I'm not sure if I were to pass Tony Hawk on the street, I would know. I would be like able to say, "Hey, that's Tony Hawk." Like, I don't think I could do that. Oh, he is very active on Twitch. I didn't know that. See, it shows you what I know. Oh, Twitter. Okay. I was gonna say, like, what's his channel? I had no idea. What's he gonna do on Twitch? He's gonna do stunts, like, he's gonna do bike riding on Twitch? Like, IRL streams? I guess he could. Mack, not that far from Taekwondo. I assume Wonk is gonna come down. Yep, here it comes. Well, he burns the S because it's 20 points, but that S is very valuable here. The gear took means a lot. I'm not sure it means 20 points, but it actually might. Like, I really think that I would strongly consider playing Jaw here just because of that year it took. And the fact that without it, it's going to be so hard to score with so many different things. Mack does have Taekwondo lined up, so he does see it, but he's going to end up playing Wonk. Josh, not a lot of great options. Obviously, you want to be looking at that K, but the best thing Josh has to use that K is Turk, and Turk is not feel too great, keeping WHIV. Still might have to do it. As we can see, Mack draws pretty much the nuts. He can play Retinas. That's always a good thing when you can play Retinas. Does he have a triple if Josh decides to not play there? Not sure. Does have bingos to the K. Dark nets. He does play Turk. Oh, he's an Archaeist. That makes sense. So if you're Mack here, you do not want to play Yards. You want to play some other bingo, if you at all can. Something like... Oh, he can play like parallel to zones, so he can make something like... Oh yeah, I need to update the score. 202 to 196. Yeah, updating the score is not ideal. We'll figure that out at a later date, I assume. So your Mac is going to want to play someplace else, maybe something parallel, like a center parallel to, on column E, transpose. Yeah, that's also an option. That would make some sense as well. From Mac's perspective, Josh's range is actually pretty strong here after Turk and Jutes. He's wrong. Josh's lead was WHIV, but there's no way that Mac can really know that. Ansier and Yards, maybe. It doesn't leave bingo lines at first, but it's also going to like open the board up more long term. He does play transpose. Hey, Biff Archie, how you doing? I'm hoping that's how you pronounce your name. I have no idea. Josh looking for good options. Probably not really gonna find much. Yeah, you can't quite hit the triple. I mean, his rack is very, very heavy. You know, there's 5 of his 7 tiles are 3 or more points. That's kind of a problem. Kind of guessing he plays something like a Vow, maybe? The A in Yared and the O in Auto. Maybe above as well. There's gonna be like Wick. He's BEV, not exactly the world's greatest leave. Doesn't exactly have hooks either. But not really too many great options. Gonna assume Mack has Beam, parallel to Transpose. It's probably his most likely play. Indeed, Beam comes down. Josh almost with a bunch of Fovea plays, hooking Few, which have to be tempting. Draw an L, an E, or an S, and you would score almost 60. So he's probably tempted on some level to just play off B and O. Though there's not really a good way of doing that. Because it takes so many hooks, you can't just create the hook. It's too dangerous. All the S's are gone as well, so I mean that's a thing. But the D and the L are just too dangerous. Oops, had the score wrong. Was it vocab? Hello, new Surfink. How is your newness today? Crib comes down. Josh's rack is awful. Oh, there's no command. We may have to add a command. Josh plays oof, which describes his rack and describes his winning chances. Josh almost has, well, he does have refugee to the Arn Crib, but he is going to need more than that. I'm going to assume that a play from the V in vocab is going down. Maybe vuln or verl, something like that. A 1,000 years, Nits. A 1,000 years. That's like the way of like testing someone's self-conscious. You want to make somebody self-not conscious in the Scrabble world. It's like, hey, when are you streaming next? And everybody just gets so defensive and just like, well, I don't know. It's just like, let's change the subject as soon as when are you streaming next? Yo, how's curling? Mack plays Vino. I'm being a fantastic commentator by not updating the score again. Listening to me yell at Josh is soothing. Good to know. Mack ends the game by playing out Learn. Oh, does Josh not have the bot up? I guess he doesn't. Josh is a T away from one of the only Collins words that I know, which is T-light. Which I think should be OSPD, but it's not. So that's one of the like 1,000 Collins words that are actually words, as opposed to the other 100,000 that are not. And Josh again is going to spend another 5 minutes playing a game that he cannot win. Tag him. Josh's gonna play HA. I'm pretty sure at this point Josh just plays out these endgames and pre-endgames to spite me. Because he knows that I'm watching. And I know that's incredibly narcissistic of me to say, but it's probably also true. And he does draw bingo, which Mack may or may not bother to draw to try to block. Spread does not matter, or spread only matters if they tie in terms of the number of games within the set. So I think these are 9-game sets. So if they tie, if there's like 4.5, then spread is the next tiebreaker. So it matters a very little bit, but it does matter a little bit. I don't know if Matt can actually block all of Josh's bingos here. It might be pretty difficult. Like Giga, maybe? I think. Yeah, I think that blocks everything. But I mean, obviously that's 7-point play. Oh, we can just play like Dag, actually. That just, yeah, that blocks everything. Dag or Dig. Resign game. Mac needed to resign a long time ago. Mac also wasting time trying to find the best endgame. For shame. If it were me playing, I would just drop the X and I would just drop AX in the top right corner and let him bingo. Because who the fuck cares? It's just so unlikely to matter. Mac doing what's even worse, which is taking 2 or 3 minutes in this position and then playing AX. You're not allowed to do that. Like, if you're gonna play AX, you just need to have played it already. All right, catch you later, Elderword. Backgammon has it. So, Todowski, what actually ends up happening in Scrabble? Because I've actually tried to play with a doubling cube. Somebody opens with a bingo, the other person plays, the player who plays the bingo doubles, and the other person passes. So unfortunately, no. They need to change the doubling cube so that it's deeper than 75%, or deeper than the amount that is in backgammon. But literally every single time that, I mean, sometimes it's a take within that, but you get like really crazy swings if it's a take. Like, but a lot of times it's just bingo play double pass, or bingo play double accept, and then shenanigans, and then there's like 5 doubles in the game, and it just isn't really a game of skill. Mac plays Fig, which is fine in concept. Josh probably about to spend 2.5 minutes and then block AX. Probably leaving himself the E for refugee to go out. That would be my guess anyway. You can play Guilt if he wants to, and then play Atoned. to the A and E, which is the spot. It's been a spot that's actually been shown up quite a bit this game. That's what Josh likes to do. How many games they're playing? They're playing 5. This is game 3. So they have 2 more games after this today, Churro. So Atoned comes down, or Atoned is going to come down next turn. I'm guessing there's not really a great block for that. Obviously, you can just play Refugee and Dent or something like that, so it's not worth really blocking. Atone scores, 3 or 4 more points than that, so. Yeah, it's just going to be something like Sax, I guess, which is what comes down. When is the stream starting tomorrow? I think it's. I think if you look at exclamation point schedule, it'll tell you when all of the games are starting. Josh plays Atoned. But yeah, it's starting like tomorrow morning at like, I want to say 9:30, but I could be wrong. Some hour like that. It's Central Time, so it's gonna start like really early our time, or Western Time. Or I guess I gave away that Churro lives in Western Time, but I'm new to this Twitch thing, guys. Not that new anymore, but I forget. It's so weird to talk about like doxing when it's like your real location. Like, yes, I live. You now have information that I live in the entire west coast of the entire United States. So there's only this. I don't know. You have information as to a time zone. You don't even know what state. Whereas like anybody could just look up my name and figure out what city I live in. Score is 2-1 Mack physics. Yeah, no, I don't really. I mean, I shouldn't be telling people where like people in chat live, I guess, but I don't know. Most streams this size, like everybody knows anybody. Everyone knows everybody anyway. So, not everybody, but like a lot of people know a lot of people. And yeah, I don't think any of us have stalkers. Yet. Keyword is yet. I know at least 2 people who have like told me when I've been on like first dates with them, "Hey, I have a stalker." And I'm just like, "Why would you tell me that?" I mean, it sucks for you if you have a stalker. Like, obviously that's terrible, but I don't know. I kind of don't understand, or I can't put myself in the mind of somebody who would stalk anybody. Like, I don't get it. Like, maybe if you were like married and divorced, I could sort of see it. Not really. I don't know. It's the mentality of stalking is not something I completely understand. I guess I can understand though the idea of being like too emotionally attached or something. So maybe it's kind of like that. Maybe. Why do they fill out a tally slip? That's another. I guess it's a. quote official tournament, so I guess they have to. The mentality of stalking is something I don't quite understand. Commentator of on a Twitch Scrabble stream. Do I know more about the mindset of people stalking or boats? Probably the mindset of somebody stalking. I know very little about boats. I know like boats are like full houses in poker. And I know that, yeah, I don't know very much about boats at all. I know that boats have rudders. I know that there's starboard and aft and other nautical terminology. I know that nautical is a description of boats. I feel like we could like hack Mack's personal information by the angle that he's using his phone. I know more than that. Oh, I know words like catamaran. Yeah, I know a few, like outrigger. Oh, somebody updated the series score. Nice. Yes, it should be 2-1. Canoe. I know canoe. And hovercraft. And I only know hovercraft from Donkey Kong Country 3. What are some? I know some words that end in boat, like cat boat. I don't know what a cat boat is. I'm assuming it's a boat for cat. Should canoe light be a word? I don't know. Like, I mean, I actually don't know words like that. Like truck like. I actually don't know if truck like is a word. Nope, no truck like. So if there's no truck like, I don't think there should be a canoe like. Like if there's not a different word for different types of vehicles. Yeah, it should be 2-1. Right, but boat-like is a word the same like car-like. It's a word as the generic sort, but when you make it more specific, it's no longer a word. I mean, there's no car-like even, so I don't know. The like words are always ridiculous. They always have been. Props. Cardboard to support the clock, a Wiggle sticker, 2 rack stoppers, 1 Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban hardcover to support the board, the PD Piranha, which I saw, and Mario and Luigi. I'm Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter is one of those great names that's it's just far too entertaining to like switch the first letters. Harry Potter. Just like parasailing. That's probably my favorite one. Whatever happened to Sarah Palin? Is she still around? I assume so somewhere. I'd never hear from her though. I remember the days when Sarah Palin was considered to be the crazy politician. Those were the days. I don't even know what a freeze is either. Frise. I'm assuming it's not frise. I'm assuming it's something else. It's an art history word. Boy, we just keep coming up with subjects I know nothing about. Art history is very, very high on the I know nothing scale. Then again, I'm the one who went to Florence and didn't bother going to any of the museums, so. No, I went to none. Why would I go to a museum? It's hard. It's crowded to go to a museum. I went to go and see the rest of Florence, but yeah, same thing with Rome. I just had no interest. I'm not a museum person. Josh plays zoner. Mack is going to bingo. I'm just going to give Mack the 94. He's motioned. Josh is going to bingo back. This is one of those times when the difference between motion and demotion may not seem like a big deal, but the difference in outcome is obviously enormous. Because if he played demotion, Josh would have no play. But he didn't. Mack's gonna bingo again, and these are the kinds of games that make us love Scrabble, right? Yes, I'm also. Okay. Josh can play the M. Vote. Okay, we may actually get some interesting racks for once. Oh, we gotta see if Josh does to the M. Play Famine, play Pyemia. Major thing you're thinking about is what do the other tiles in your rack, like what can they do? So like PY after Famine, does that really have a home on this board? Not really. There's not really a good spot for the P or the Y. Naturally. FN doesn't do anything either, but you're scoring more points for it. And the F does kind of go with the EF in motion, at least a little bit. So I think that Pyemia is probably the play. Faye, you want to play Faye parallel to Hostage? It's 34, so you're sacrificing, 11 or 17 points depending. Keeping Pine. Pine doesn't have like the best home after that. Motioned. Oh, playing under motioned. That's 35 instead of 34. It's still the same issue. Like, I guess you have the AGET to play Pine through, maybe. So it's probably a little bit better. The M, maybe. Yeah, it's all right. It's a lot of points to sacrifice. PIME isn't that great, but you are leaving the M open for Mack. This seems okay. I would be okay with Faye, I guess. I probably wouldn't play it myself, but I would be okay with it. Josh has Paynim lined up, which is balanced. I mean, the E is better than the N is for plays, but it just scores so much less than Pyemia. He might take a while. I'm gonna assume that he's just not seeing Pyemia. I think he would be playing Pyemia if he saw it. But it looks like he's gonna play Paynim. Oh, he also could have played Zion. I didn't see that. Zion Williamson. Zion National Park. Yes, he did double the commentator's image. He not only doubled it, he mirrored it. It's the same picture, only mirrored. It's also a very weird picture. $154. Mack probably looking at either Keentar or Trank here. Or just exchanging. I might actually like just exchanging here. Yeah. I don't know. I could be convinced either way. Keentar is a better lead, but opening the Q and the U, or the Q and the I is not exactly ideal. Trank is a worse leave. Also, it's an S hook. WIR, not really ideal. Yeah. It's right on the borderline of what is and isn't worth exchanging. I don't really see a spot for QI to get set up, though I would be looking for one. He has ring lined up as well. Could do that if you wanted. Q is just not likely to get any better. Like the Q is bad, but there's not really, even if you draw like QAT, like where's it playing? Or the U even, like where are they? You'd have to draw like multiple tiles to make the Q good. being said, it might be worth it still. If you draw the U, you probably have a play that scores 30 or something. Where? I mean, I guess, maybe. Obviously, you draw the U and it gets unblocked, then maybe the I and ring. But I think even that's pretty optimistic, getting 30 out of the queue. I think, yeah, I think that's pretty optimistic. I think that's like best case. Very often you're just stuck with it. It's not like you're thrilled about scoring 30. Quad to the M. You have to draw the U and the A, or the U U and the I. I mean, I guess it's not that hard to do that. I mean, you managed to draw the U on and the I, so. But like, look at that draw. Like QRT draws IORU. That's pretty much the best thing you can draw, and it's still not very good. I guess he has Coit. So I mean, I guess that's or Quitor. Yeah, Coit and Quitor both aren't bad. Quitor scores 10 less, but it gets rid of the duplicate R. Also blocks the board a little bit better. Probably pretty close to even. Matt goes with Quitor. Seems fine by me. So Josh with an S. There's only one other S left. There is a. I guess both blanks are out, so that makes it a little bit relevant. But obviously, you're gonna want to get rid of at least two of UU or UVV. Maybe just Val, VAU, and motioned. The UM and motioned, something like that. Few does kill the board pretty good because there's no S hooks, though it can easily be reopened. Josh with UV lined up. Oh, for Vum, probably. Probably thinking about Vum versus Vow. And likes to play Vow. Mack with Rolex, which isn't a word. Vow, Vav, and Vaw. Probably three of the most useful three-letter words in the entire dictionary, and they all mean the same thing. But without those words, the V would be much, much worse. Maybe even as bad as the Q. But those three words really help out the V a lot. It's still terrible, yeah. But it's not nearly as terrible as the Q. Without those words, it probably would be about as bad as the Q. It would be pretty bad. While Mack is all frowned out now, hardly recognize him. Yeah, Mack's been a little bit stressed out lately. Josh playing Pervos actually had a bingo here. Could have played Prelusive through the UI in Quitor and Ring. Mack with Blazener. I mean, Krebsy, I would have looked there just because I would have seen Repulsive, and Repulsive almost fits there. And when you see Repulsive, then you might see Prelusive. It's one of those sorts of things. That being said, you might think of Prelusive not being a word because of Repulsive. Josh about the bingo. So if you're Josh, you want to bingo, but you want to leave a spot or an opportunity for you to bingo next turn without giving up too much. So you're probably going to end up playing at 11G and playing like deletes parallel to OR rather than playing the hostages hook. Just because you don't really want the big scoring shot, and you're probably going to need the blanks to win the game anyway. But you don't really want to give those scoring overlaps or that big scoring spot back. It's not really conducive to you coming back. Also, like the additional bingo lines aren't likely to stay there; they're likely to get blocked, and etc. etc. So he does play deletes. Mack was probably hoping that one of those letters would be an I, so he could play Judicare, but alas, just gonna have to settle for something a bit worse. Maybe like reduce or probably something better than that. Cared. Josh drawing another bingo, drawing Carowin, although probably not going to end up playing. know, there might be some other things. Again, both blanks still in the bag. Neither player has them. And probably going to dictate who wins the game here. Hey, Brenjan, thanks for the bits. I'm sure Josh appreciates them. Ha, there's heroin and bingo. But yeah, throw some hype in the chat for Brenjan. Moderate hype. But no, thanks a lot. I'm sure that Josh appreciates them. Mack going to play cared. Josh has the option of playing HOE, forming Ed, and setting up his R. It's probably worth. It's not probably. It's definitely worth thinking about. You can absolutely get wrecked by making that play, obviously, because if he bingo's hooking the HOE, it's basically just over at that point. But he does need the lanes himself. There's no. He has the case R. There's also a D. There's a D and S and 2 blanks, and he has no reason to think that Mack has any of them. And in this case, he doesn't. What do we think of their hair profiles? I don't know. I'm not actually a big fan of Mack's haircut, gonna be honest. It looks professional, I guess. It looks like a haircut you get for work. Yeah, Mack's entry fee was sponsored by Benji, I assume. That's why he has that on this rack. I actually got a haircut today. It was awful. It's maybe the worst haircut I've ever had. I am freaking out a little bit and trying to figure out what to do with my ugly hair now. Other than wait a week or two and then it won't be so ugly, I guess. Josh plays when? If he does not win this game, Josh will look back at this play as the reason why. But I mean, Hull would have probably worked, but there's no way to know that for sure. Because I mean, as you can see, like, well, I mean, it's still gonna work out okay because Josh's gonna bingo, but he still gave Mack a much better play. HOE would have blocked Fub, and Mack would have not had much to do if not for that. But anyway, Josh bingos and takes a very small lead. Almost. I actually went to a haircut place that was like privately owned, and they actually weren't wearing masks, which was a little bit disconcerting. I mean, it's kind of weird to wear masks when you're getting a haircut. I don't know. I won't be going back to this haircut place for a lot of reasons. Mostly just the haircut not being very good, or just not looking right. I just don't like it. They kind of I went and showed them a picture and explained to them what I wanted, and then they explained to me why what I wanted wasn't both possible and what I wanted, which may be true. I don't know anything about hair, but yeah, I mean, it was kind of like a barber shop, I guess. I don't know. It just wasn't into what they. I wanted something that was like just different, and like I showed them pictures, and then I got my haircut, and then I went home, and it looked nothing like what I wanted. Do I know more about hair than boats? I think I do know more about hair than boats. Like I tried to do some research and figure out exactly what I wanted, and but I have no idea how to get hairstylists to do what I want. So yeah. Again, both blanks are still in the bag, and there aren't that many tiles left in the bag. There are now 12 unseen tiles. So that means 5 tiles in the bag, 2 of them are blanks. So both players assume that the other person has blanks at this point, and they're both wrong. Most likely something like J will come down. Maybe Jean, something like that. And we will see who draws the blanks. And whoever draws out of these 5 tiles, whoever draws the blanks are probably going to win. If they split the blanks, Mack will probably still win. But we will see. Yeah, I might have to go to an upscale barber. I don't even know where to find one, to be honest. It's kind of difficult. But I gotta do something that's not this. I was trying to go to an upscale. I mean, I didn't spend enough money. I spent like $30, which just isn't enough. But I was trying to go to something that was better so I could get something a little bit more specific, and I just couldn't. I mean, they certainly could help Josh. I mean, certainly, for example, if he plays an O off and draws a blank, he probably wins. He draws Saguaro, but depends what he plays, obviously, and how much trouble he thinks he's in. There are 5 tiles in the bag, Cubsy. 2 of them are blanks. The bag is blank, blank, CGL. Matt does have J lined up. I assume that's what he's going to end up playing, and then Josh is going to have to think for a while. Mac shaking his head because he thinks that Josh has everything in the world, and Josh has pretty shit. And you can see like his face, like he's clearly concerned, like, oh boy, what am I going to face? Like he's assuming that Josh was just going to bingo. But yeah, they both assume that the opponent has at least one net blank, and very likely both. And they're gonna be wrong. Yeah, we'll see. It depends. Again, it depends on who draws what. But I mean, he should end up on the better side of this. It's a pretty rough spot for Josh even after J, because then he's gonna have to, I don't know, he's gonna have to draw something pretty ridiculous. He may have to draw like blank blank or blank L. I mean, the other tiles for Josh are pretty good, other than the G. Like if he draws blank L or blank C, like he has hope if that's the pool, because he's probably gonna need the fish, and I'm sure he knows that. That like he may end up playing off like AG and drawing DocuSoap or something like that. Like those, that's what he needs, and that's what may end up happening. Mack does play J, and we will see what he draws. C, G, and blank. So L blank is in the bag. Just pretty good for Josh. Like this Josh has pretty good hope here, considering. I mean, he doesn't have any plays is the problem, but I mean, there are some things he can do. Just again, he could just drop the O, or he could play yoga on top. I mean, you look at that line painting on the top right or the top left. That's probably what he's mostly looking at. Does he drop one tile? Maybe. We will see. I think the play either has to be dropping the O or playing yoga. I think those are really his only two options. He also does have to worry a little bit about scoring. Not that much, actually. But like after yoga, there's some perspective. I guess not really. There's not really that often he's going to be able to outrun. Uh, Otherwise, yeah. I mean, if he's gonna play OG off, he should just play OG. If he has AO, he can try to do that and draw bingo, but then he needs to create a second spot, probably. He can't play like Oda because that blocks one of the main spots for him to bingo. So he's gonna have to play OA elsewhere if he wants to play off OA. Maybe Uta as well being possible. It's hard because you need to actually permute not just what you're gonna draw, not just assuming you're gonna draw a blank, but you're gonna draw a good tile with it. And so you're kind of looking at that as potential, how can you win? I mean, obviously, he drops the O and draws the blank. He probably wins. I don't think that Mack is going to end up blocking Saguaro that often. Though he might. I don't know. I'd got to look at the position a little bit more analytically to figure out exactly what Mack would do if there's one in the bag here. But Yoga looks pretty good. Like Yoga, it doesn't even look like, from Josh's perspective, he draws a blank. He doesn't necessarily even, from his perspective, have to bingo, or have to actually get to play the bingo. He can just play, and if Mack has to block something, he's probably good. He plays a do. So he had eulogias, but he blocked his own eulogias by playing that. Which is one of the problems, which is one of the reasons you can't say that I said you couldn't do that, because of that potential. He does still have sub goal, however, which Mack does have to block. But if he's going to play that, he probably would be better off playing like Opa on the left, just because he wanted the D and the E as potential bingo lines. So now this is kind of a problem for Josh. Mack knows now that he has to block sub goal, and he has to outrun despite that. And it's not going to be easy to do that. Oh, he might not be able to do that at all. Oh, he's goulash. I didn't see that at first, but yeah, he's goulash. Okay, so actually there's no way for Mack to win, because he has to block both goulash and sub goal, and that's not going to happen. Are there any other bingos that... Which one's easier to see? I think that sub goal is easier to see than goulash. I didn't see goulash at first. Anything else? Nope, that's it. Those are the only two bingos. It's this surfing saw goulash. Maybe goulash is easier to see. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously you're gonna look, but okay. So he's decided to block. So he does see goulash and blocks goulash. Either way, Josh has a full 2 minutes. It's true. I probably would have ended up blocking sub goal here and um, letting Josh try to find it. Maybe something like recock, and then you get the C to bingo through. I don't think there's anything to C. Maybe there is. Okay, ghouls is to the C. Never mind. But yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe just stack or stick. Maybe Josh will think that's the goal, so only Twitch lingo. But that's the only way Josh can win. But yeah, hostages is just such an obvious spot, so. Well, Josh is writing, so he doesn't see it yet. I think even Josh, if he sees a bingo, would play it immediately. He actually has more than 2 minutes in this case, because Josh knows that he can't win any other way, so he's going to keep looking for a little while. Like, he can go overtime here if he wants to. But yeah, I mean, Josh can go like 3 minutes overtime. Maybe more than that. Actually, more than that. Yeah, Josh can go 4 minutes overtime. Mack played adopting. The blank is a P, surfing. So, like, adopting truth main. So as you can see, Josh is going overtime. Like, he's 3 seconds over already, and he has several minutes to go to see sub goal. Just the only thing he can play. I think he can go 4 minutes overtime. Because if he bingos, it's gonna be 70. He gets 16, so it's 88. So yeah, he can go 4 minutes overtime. So we have 4.5 minutes to wait if he thinks sub goal may or may not be a word, and decides to keep looking for other stuff. In these sorts of cases, usually, also the S doesn't have to start a word. I mean, that actually makes things a little harder. But usually in these cases, I just put the S to the left side of my rack and then just shuffle the rest of the tiles. If you can't find anything, you go blank. Oh, he sees Sokol. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't even think too long about it. All right, 2-2. It is 2-2. Well, a lot of points. Final score is, let's see, 526. I do wish we could hear what they're saying. I'm not a good lip reader, but yeah, lots of points, lots of bingos, lots of scoring. Oof. What was oof? Oh, it's not 526 because he went overtime, so it's 506, I guess. I'm not going to put that in, but yeah, he went 2 minutes over, so it's 506. All right, good night, Raw Jersey. You can see how Josh is like actually a little bit like excited slash frantic, almost. Which is good to see. I don't get that emotionally attached to games in general. To almost a sad degree. I wish I were a little bit more, a little bit less even keel. You kind of develop an even keeledness when you play enough, and it becomes important. But I don't know. It's the same thing in poker, I guess. But like part of the way to not go on tilt in a lot of ways is to never get too excited. It just is what it is. But like yeah, it feels like it's a bit ingrained in me, maybe a little bit too much. That I wish it were a little bit less ingrained. Where I become robotic. Robot. Even Nigel, though, like the first time that he won nationals, he was not very robotic at all. He just became more robotic over time. Where now, when he wins worlds or other big tournaments, he's just like, oh, I won. Okay. I feel like that's when you know somebody has paid their dues is when they don't really like. It's kind of like a cynical way of thinking about it, but when somebody's paid their dues, you kind of know by the fact that they don't get too excited. It means that they put in the time and the hours and have the battle scars for it. Obviously, that's less true in sports or other things that are more forms of like crowd entertainment. And like if a crowd is there, I think that would help a lot. But in terms of bringing the hype, you see sports on television like darts that where when there's a huge crowd, like then the players are like super emotional and enthusiastic, and then when you see them playing behind closed doors, like during COVID or whatever, they win a match and they just like shake their hand and they do like nothing. It's a very different environment. Darts is amazing. I love watching darts. I agree. I want to like next time I go to the UK or like the Netherlands or something like that, and they have a darts tournament, I would definitely go, even if it's like $100 a ticket or something. Bowling, I don't know. I mean, I used to bowl. I don't have the same. I don't feel the same atmosphere at bowling as I do in darts when I watch it on television. Like they try to make it interesting, but all I remember is the movie Happy Gilmore. I mean, I remember like watching Norm Duke on television. Like, I mean, they try to make it a little bit fun for the audience, but it feels kind of like I don't know, like a minor league baseball game in some ways. You're made, yeah. The production value for darts is great. The way that they make I can't imagine going to a bar and watching two people play darts and me thinking that this is like super interesting. But they've managed to using television, using editing, and etc. They've managed to make it very compelling television, which to me is kind of amazing and interesting in its own right. Because it's not like the players are really that big of personalities for the most part. Michael Van Gerwen is not exactly uh, the king of interviews, or Peter Wright, or Phil Taylor, or any of these people. Bowling is just stressful to watch because like a strike is just expected, so anything that's not a strike is just a failure. like mentally, that just feels like an exhausting situation where nobody can strike all of the time, but anything that's not a strike, you just failed. And obviously, a split or something like that is just a complete and utter disaster, and you often didn't do anything wrong. And it's just such high variance. Like the better bowler doesn't always win or even come close. All right, looks like they're getting started. I will use a quick bathroom break and then I will update. They might get a turn or two down. fatwa and non-hero. Or non-home. There are two Kenjis physics. I'm not sure who the other one is. I'm sure that would be like anybody like Joey or Josh would never want to be me. That would be terrible for them. But yeah, it's just non-home and non-hero. I'm sure he's gonna find one of them. I mean, he already did find one of them. He's probably not 100% sure of it. Probably also looking through bingos for the T, I assume. For those of you on the East Coast who may or may not know who this is, like Mack is looking a lot these days like Ted Barrett. I don't know if you guys know or remember who he is. Probably maybe one or two of you do, but I'm definitely getting that vibe. Like looking at him, is just like, oh, that's Ted. No, it's Mack. But yeah, definitely getting that vibe. He does go with non-home. Sid Barrett. I actually don't know what Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd looks like. Pink Floyd is kind of weird in that way because like their inspiration is Sid Barrett, but like he, in some ways, but not others. Like he often isn't with them, and I don't know. It's just kind of a weird. I'm not a big Pink Floyd fan, so I don't know exactly how that works, but Josh hasn't designated the blank yet. I hope he doesn't make it like an L or something like that, or is just not sure of it, or is thinking about whether he's more sure of non-home or non-hero. But he doesn't really have a lot of alternatives. He pretty much has to play this. You know, his next best option is like phone for 22 or something. Maybe new, but he does hit the clock. I'm assuming he's on hold. I can't really see what the blank is circled, but it looks like the M is circled, so yeah, it looks like the M is circled. So yeah, I'll give it to him. Yeah, non-hero, non-home. Not good for Mack. He doesn't really know what to do. His rack is terrible. It doesn't work well with his board either. Probably gonna have to exchange. Oh, it gets challenged. Okay. Well, free turn for Josh. Josh is going to be surprised probably when it comes back valid at this point. Like, he spent so long thinking about it, he just assumes that it's not valid. Josh baited. I actually have done this before, where I baited somebody where there was a word that I'm sure of, and it would take like 2 or 3 minutes just to pretend to think about it. I think it's a valid strat. You're so technically you're like not completely supposed to do that, but there's no way of enforcing it, and people do it all the time. Probably not as bait, but I do it as bait. I mean, if people are doing it, if people are doing it unintentionally, I should be able to do it intentionally. That's the way that I think about it. Yeah, I agree. It's silly. There's a lot of silly rules. I mean, I wish they changed the entire. Yeah, I'm also pro coffee housing physics. Like you can't. I'm pro coffee housing, but I don't do it. But like, if other people are allowed to do it, I should be able to do it too. Especially since like I'm probably going to be better than average at it. Yeah, I mean, the 5 point challenge rule is ridiculous. Sorry, it just is. It's stupid. To me, they should just like you should just be able to like yell at your opponent. That's the same thing. You should be like ha ha, and to me that's the same thing. Kind of like in The Simpsons with Nelson, I think. Oh, he plays a Volo. Interesting. One of the things that is interesting too is that your opponent does not have the J or any like huge parallel to non-home when they challenge. So that makes plays like Ovolo a little bit worse because part of the reason you're doing that is to block the O, but because of the fact that they challenge, you know that they don't have anything big through the O. So might refer to Ovoli a little bit. Yeah, no, I know he wanted to block the H12 spot, but like he knows that there's nothing big at the H12 spot. He knows that he's not going to get hit by 50. He might get hit by like 25 or 30, but does he care? And should he care? I don't know. Macondo Los Vals. I mean, that's always been a debate, like as to what proper vowel consonant balance is. Oh, he's gonna play non-homes. I really don't think that's a word. It's not. Yeah, and it instantly comes off. It's interesting. It's really brave, by the way, to challenge non-home, be wrong about it, and then have somebody have challenge flip the S and then challenge that too. It's an interesting dynamic. You think he plays sinks, and he does. I think he's playing this too quickly. I would at least think about other stuff. I think that you can maybe do some other things. Not seeing it immediately, but I don't know. I might just play sink for 35 to be honest, and just let him have the spot. Like, do you really need to play the S off and score 2 less points and burn your S? I mean, I don't think so. If I'm being blunt, I don't know. I would at least be thinking about this for a lot of reasons. There may be also some setup you can make that is pretty good that I'm not seeing immediately, so maybe there isn't one. Yeah, I'm always a big proponent of thinking through these positions for a lot longer than some other people are. But like, yeah, congrats. Now instead of an 80-point bingo, he's gonna get to play a 75-point bingo. JL and S seems pretty bad, but yeah, but it still seems better than JL. I mean, this is gonna work out because he's gonna get to play Bejewel, and it's probably not getting blocked. But I still don't think it's the right thing to do. I'm assuming he's just gonna play Tanius again. Like that's the logical conclusion. Yep. Yeah, I think it was added pretty recently. I mean, I'm sure it means just the Japanese title. At least I would assume so. G. That's not very good. Oh, and it's short for sanitarium. Okay, I don't know what anything means. So sanatorium. Okay. I'm not even sure I know what a sanatorium is. I'm assuming it's an insane asylum, but at the hospital. Shows you what I know. Okay. You can also play Jewel and keep the BE on your rack if you want to, because the BE does leave open some potential opportunities for your opponent to hit the triple for pretty good score. That being said, if he does open BE, he will be pretty happy about it when Josh ends up either trading or doing nothing. Good. But anyway, Josh has Luigi, which would be the best play if it were a word. But sadly, Luigi is not acceptable. Bejeweled is only CSW valid? Really? Oh, because of LOD. Okay. Never mind. I was gonna say, like, what? Josh plays unagile. Mack plays unvexed very quickly. Note that he plays Unvexed very quickly and didn't autopilot XU, which is what a lot of people would have done. Just looked at the XU next to Sync and just played it immediately, which is obviously a lot worse, but something that a lot of people end up doing. Uh, so I'm guessing he's going to play something like Aya did next to Bejewel. Maybe there's some other options. Overside to V, maybe. Josh has diced setup. Josh only has 8 minutes because he spent literally 10 minutes on non-home. So I guess I don't have to yell at Josh for spending 6 minutes in an unnecessary in game now. Oh, I didn't update the score. Josh plays diced. Bronzy certainly is reasonable. There are other options here as well. I don't think that Bronzy is a mandatory play. He has Ruby lined up, yeah. I think it's close. The Z has some value here, so I think you can get away with this. But the Z has value in like the 30 to 40 point range kind of value. It doesn't have like bingo value or like huge point value. It's just stable, consistent scoring. But he doesn't want to go with Ruby. I just updated the score. Yeah, roughly the same. Mack needs another E for a two-tone eyes. Josh has kind of just a bunch of junk. One possibility is one of the most ridiculous words in the Scrabble dictionary, which would be ivory-er. I just think that word is utterly ridiculous. It means more ivory than, as in the color, I guess. But I think that's just the most gigantic stretch ever. But it's a word, and Josh plays it, and seems like good play in this position. Mack with Tiz under unagile, which is, by the way, for me, one of the things that I miss the most often, because when I look at positions like that E and unagile, I look at plays that overlap it, using the double and the double word and double letter, and then when I don't find that, I don't look at the triple letter in that location. That's one of the biggest mistakes that I personally make in terms of word finding, is I miss a lot of plays like Tiz in this spot. And I might play a Tiz over unagile and score 28, but I would miss the 34-point spot way too often. He has Zit lined up. I'm assuming he has Zit lined up and is going to play Tiz. I'm sure he sees it. Or he's probably just looking at ZT, which is also perfectly fine. But I have the worst time finding plays like Tiz in this particular location. He ends up is playing ZT. Josh immediately plays Pipage, which he has an S, so that does make sense. He doesn't have to play Pipage. There are some other options. Pagets, for example. But this seems fine. I mean, he does have an S. There's only one other S remaining. You don't really want to spend your S on nothing, although the S doesn't really have that much value here. Mack looking like he's going to play non-homer, which is not a word. But, I mean, he looked instantaneously like, oh, I'm going to play non-homer and play rain out. We'll see if that still comes to fruition. But he is to just play rain out with the for 64, and that's what he ends up doing. So with this rack, you pretty much immediately say adulates. And it turns out that even though adulates doesn't play, adulators does, so the OR on the bottom right of the board. So we'll see that he also has laudator in the same spot. But if Josh wants to win, he probably has to find one of those bingos. Even though it is a 9. But I think he can find them just because it's when you see this rack specifically, you always look for an E immediately, and you almost have one. I mean, adulated plays and adulates nearby almost plays, and then bottom middle of the board. So I do think he should find this. Hopefully, he is pretty short on clock, which is not good for him, but. I have no idea what max rack is at this point. Oh, there we go. I mean, he's going to play it as soon as he finds it. He knows that that's the best play. He's not going to look for a better play. He doesn't have time to. So, I mean, I'm skeptical at this point. If he hasn't found it now, he's probably not going to find it. Well, we will see. I'm sure he knows it. I mean, he knows. I'm sure if it was an 8, like if you had an O and there was an open R, he'd find it instantly. But I'm sure if you had adulates, he'd find that too. But I don't. It doesn't look like he's going to find it at this point. Looks like he's looking for other options. Yeah. And probably not going to win if he doesn't find this. It's going to be pretty tough because he's going to have to not just bingo, but score enough to. That bingo's going to have to score a lot too. And there's not a lot of lines left, and it's impossible really to open more. The D in diced, the E in pipages, the S hook to pipages, the N in non home. That's pretty much it. A play through like the O and rain out is going to block almost everything. It's going to block both the N and the D. The E in pipage is not that big, and obviously the OR, but it looks like Josh is not going to find it here. We'll play duel. Is Mack Meller related to Mack Miller? Josh also had like a pretty option. He could have played refutal parallel to pipages, which like in terms of flash is also nice. But very difficult to find. Probably even more difficult to find refutal in the top middle of the board than it would be to find a bingo or to find like laudators. It's probably a lot easier to find refutal. Yeah, alar is a word, yes. Josh is probably going to get to play a bingo, but at this point, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah, Fakey should outrun. I mean, it does empty the bag, but it should outrun anything. You can also just play fake and not empty the bag. That should also be fine. But yeah, it just doesn't score enough. He's gonna be up 106. Yeah, there's 5 exactly in the bag. Fakey even should be enough. Like Fakey scores 106. It's gonna leave him up 106. There's no way that Josh would have to have a bingo. Like tasties would have to be a word. I mean, tasties is the type of word that I would imagine could be Collins. Tasties Collins? I could imagine it being. No, okay. But something like that, if it were a word, would be a danger if you played fakey. You played fakey. Yeah, toasties. I got that one. But yeah, all Josh has really is satin nets or titan S, and that ain't gonna be enough after fakey. But fake should just be enough as well. Or yank, which is what Mack has lined up. Yank guarantees FE to go under Bejewel for 35 at the very minimum. Satinet, huh? That must be Collins, right? I've never seen Satinet. Yeah, it's Collins. Satinet Collins, I think so too. Nope, Satinet is NWL. Okay. Do people just like know 9 anagrams like this? Like I could never ever figure out like, oh, Satinet, that has an anagram. Like that it's just not how my brain works. Okay. That's how your brain works. I wish my brain worked that way. I mean, I don't wish my brain worked that way. That would be a disaster if my brain worked that way. My brain works that way when it comes to like the board, when it sees like bingos that just don't make sense or plays that don't make sense. It just immediately is like, wait, how is that even possible? Your brain works like see the 8th best play, play it immediately. When I'm autopiloting, I can do that. Like if I'm playing Hasty Bot after like the 20th game, I'm playing Hasty Bot, then I could easily do that and do it all the time. Mack is thinking very hard about this when I don't think that Josh has any outs whatsoever if he plays fake or plays any 4-tile play. Because, well, I mean, I guess you want to play something that you know is going to be able to block pipages and still score decently. Yeah, dash out. I'm not sure what I would think dash out, other than like running. To dash out the brains of. Oozing delightfully out of the nostrils in all probability. If Mack wants to, he can also play Ein, perhaps. And then that leaves Calf over Pipage, in case he's worried about that possibility. And also leaves some outs, some other ways of scoring a lot of points that should be able to outrun pretty easily. So that's another way that he can think about playing this, and if he's worried about like some weird outcome. But then he has to be able to make sure he can outrun all of these things. You can also just play Calf and then leave Ein for next turn, and then he has other options in case Ein gets blocked through a bingo through the D. Then EYNE is going to score pretty decently. Just underlapping Calf even, he's going to be able to score. So that actually might be the best play. I mean, I'm sure he's considering every single possible outcome that could happen badly, but yeah, fake he can theoretically lose because it empties the bag. I think fake is probably 100% win. I don't think fake can lose either, but I think that also also Calf probably can't lose, and Ein may not be able to lose either. You're gonna have to look at very, very specific scenarios of how you can lose the game. But that's what you're doing ultimately when you're in Mack's shoes. That being said, Mack now has 30 seconds. He needs to make a decision. Because he needs to be able. He can lose the game just by time at some point. What is FE? Just interesting. Maybe not my preferred option, but I mean, he has get yank and K at 2 different spots, so he does have different options to win that way. Josh is just gonna play for points, basically. He may even have to empty the bag. He knows and doesn't care. He knows that Mack is gonna have different options. He's definitely not gonna play Sat Nets. That never, ever, ever, ever wins the game. I'm gonna expect he plays like Todd's here. That's probably what I would think is the most likely play. And making Bejewels, and yes, it blocks the end, but he doesn't care. The only way he's winning this game is either hitting the Pipage's spot or hitting the D and Diced. And so he's just going to go for one of those two things. Hope that he can hit both, or hope that Matt can't block both. Something like that. Really the only way he wins. So yeah, I would expect. And I'm sure that Josh knows that out of those two, he's getting the Pipage's spot and not the Alar dice spot. But you can still hit it sometime. Todd's comes down. Perfectly reasonable. Hanky. And that should be enough to outrun. Right? Hanky's 56. That means it's. Mack is up at over 100 now. And Josh doesn't hit the bingo anyway. All right, good night, physics. Note, though, that if Josh did hit a bingo here, it would score like 97. It would have been pretty close. He would have lost by like 5 if he bingoed. I'm not even sure what he could hit. He has to hit like miss mate exactly. from his perspective. Like Miss Mate would be 90, it would be 104. So like those are the types of things that you have to hit to win. Which from his perspective he could do. I mean, that wasn't in the bag, but no way for him to know that. And it would barely win. Sati comes down. And then meme to go out. Don't let your memes be memes. And 435 to 326. All right, so Mack is now up 3-2, and they will resume playing tomorrow. Josh probably not happy scoring 326 points despite bingoing with both blanks, but that's kind of what happens in Scrabble sometimes, I guess. And I think I will be seeing you guys tomorrow at some point. I'm assuming that at this point.
Hey Kenji, thanks again.
Yep, no problem.
I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks for commentating.
All right, cool. Catch you later.
Okay. Hi. I hope that wasn't too abrupt. Okay. We're just gonna talk a bit about the game. So yeah, what were you saying, Mac?
About this game?
Yeah. So
I had this. So this was, I guess, in the bag, right?
I literally the only
No,
reason I
hold
played
on,
Duel
this
is
is-
because I
sorry,
thought
this
I
is
had
not
the
what I-
last A.
Yeah, this is what I had. So if I play Fakey and you go out with like Hostage or Missmate or Mashies, there was another S or something that I lose. So
Yeah.
the problem is I thought about Yank too.
Or just
Saving.
fake.
Well, I liked Yank that
Yank
saves
saves
FE,
FE, yeah.
but it still loses. It can lose sometimes to stuff here.
Okay.
I still think I should have played it though, because I didn't see plays here. I feel like if I play FE, you bingo here, I might lose if you draw something there.
Right. Oh, super! I literally only played Duel because I thought I had the last A and I mistracked. What did I mistrack? I mistracked a G, of all things. I mistracked a G for an A.
The stream is beautiful. Congrats.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah. I guess I was afraid here of like Mashies or Missmate still, and then if you play Mashies and I play FE, I'm gonna get caught with stuff and you'll still be able to win.
Right. That's potentially depends what I draw, I guess.
Yeah.
Stuff like Mayhems too.
Where's that? Oh, here.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So
I mean,
yeah,
I don't even want to
it's just
talk about
bad.
what I was thinking because I just totally mistracked.
Yeah, I guess I was banking on things like KAY, but I mean, I don't know, because I figured, okay, so I'm up 85. If he plays Mayhem, it's also going to probably depend on what he draws.
Yeah.
Because how much is that? 105. So that puts him up.
Yeah.
Like if I draw this, I'm probably winning because I just play this. And I'm up 21, and he can't. I mean, he's not going to go out for that much. That's sort of what I was thinking when I played FE. Like something like this might happen because I'm guaranteed to have that.
But if he has like.
Yeah, but if I have one vowel, I guess I probably win, right?
Maybe. I mean, let's.
Ooh. Oh, Mayhem doesn't actually.
Oh, I guess here you're gonna have that, so now you win.
Yeah.
Like,
The longer I was sitting there with Satinets, the longer I knew I was never gonna be able to play Satinets.
Yeah, but I guess
Now you have N Sky.
Oh,
Fair enough.
Yeah,
okay.
that's you get the S, like you win.
I
for
guess
sure.
here. Yeah, here I probably.
Yank also
yeah, 'cause here
plays
that's
on
good.
top of Pipage if you want to block that spot.
I thought about that too.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about that too, but it doesn't score enough. And then if you do this, I'm dead.
Right.
Because then I don't think that's enough. I guess maybe here if I play Yank, no, because you still have goods. See, there's just certain draws I'm always gonna lose, and I was like the mismate rack because it scores so much here and here. I think I'm just always losing.
Even if you can even lose if you play like Fate or something or Yank.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Unless I just. And so I almost played Yank, and then for some reason at the very last minute I switched to that. I think it was stupid.
Round 5. Okay. So you're saying with mismate.
Or mashies, I think. Yeah. Let's look because I think mismate, especially if he draws an H. But let's look at it. So okay, so
how was the commentary, chat?
I would wait.
104 for him and
So I'm going up.
44 for you.
Make it louder.
60. So I'm up 5.
After
like
what? Mismate?
Mm-hmm. Like I'm up 5, so I don't think FE is enough. That's the problem. 35. I'm up 30. Well, he wins by 2.
Unless there's something better.
Or like Fiat's maybe.
Wait, what wins by 2?
FE and then H here.
Fiat's is 39.
Okay, so I didn't see that. Shit. Okay. Yeah,
Fiat's ruins everything. I tell people.
Oh, no, 38 actually.
I tell people Fiat's is the worst.
Well, if he draws this, then I'm dead. But I mean, here I'm definitely dead.
It's unbelievable. It's always Fiat. Like it's the worst word. It's my least favorite word.
Too. Okay, here Josh wins for sure.
I mean, that's yeah. So I mean, you're incredibly likely to win regardless.
Instead of Yank.
But then I don't have Fiat, so I don't think that's good for me.
But the Y can like do a lot of damage.
What though? What am I gonna do?
But I guess you're worried about that.
Yeah, but what am I doing with the Y here?
I mean, I don't know. I guess yeah. It's a really complicated.
I think I should have just played Yank. I don't know what got into me here. I realized after it was stupid, but it just gives back too much stuff here, and I'm not that likely to win. I don't think after that as I thought I was with K.
Oh man,
it's just tough though, man. I don't know, but.
Tough for you, man. This game was so tough for me.
Let's
AST.
AST.
Oh yeah.
I thought I had the last A.
You had a bingo.
Wait, he did? Hold on. Wait, where? Is it Adulate? With that? Oh, Adulators. Shit.
Oh! Josh, even I saw that one. Fuck
me. Well, didn't I tell you?
You did. I said I would have seen that
one. I didn't see it, so.
Well, Laudator. Yeah, Laudator's I saw. Oh man, that's so bad.
I did not think that was a word. I thought it was just non-heme and non-hero.
Oh, you didn't think? Did you?
Non-hero.
You challenged non-home.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then he put an S on it, and I challenged it up.
I saw that.
Yeah, I challenged non-home. I thought it was just non-heme.
We got in the game when Josh was thinking about the Ovolo turn.
Oh, this was so brutal. Like I lost the game on Ovolo.
What did you have with unagile, Josh? You played that
it was brutal. Like I lost the game.
Maybe we should exchange. Oh.
That's what I thought.
I lost the game on Ovolo. I wanted to block the spot, but I wasn't thinking ahead. I don't want to block the spot because I'm not sure of non-homes. I should just play Ovoli, get hit with the spot.
I would obviously play Door. This kept Q and S. I mean,
I lost the game when I decided to do this. It was so greedy. It was so greedy.
Oh, so did you think non-homes was good?
No.
No, I mean Mack.
No.
Why did you think non-homes was good? I see, but
I was pretty unsure it was
because he had challenged.
But yeah, because he might not challenge the hook once he's challenged it. Like there are many reasons. It was just that I brutally blew this game. Yeah, really bad. Yeah, non-hero I didn't even see. Is Ethonone good?
No.
Yeah, took way too long. I was way too casual.
Where was non-hero? Oh, just insanity. Oh,
it's better. Like I mean here, I guess.
Oh, I see. Because
it's just.
I got lucky. I kept having like good scoring plays with this crap.
I see non-hero.
Anyways, that fourth game was hilarious.
Yeah. Did you see the fourth game?
No, we were playing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We'll take a look.
he bingoed out with Sokol with a blank B. Isn't only bingo to win 506 to 477.
Oh, we saw the score obviously.
Yeah.
It was like,
It was crazy.
my first reaction was that you two should be disqualified from the Sid prize because you had.
It wasn't even. Wait. We both only bingoed twice. We just both kept scoring.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Wait. Josh bingoed a lot more than that. Josh bingoed 3 times.
Yeah, a lot more.
Wait. Yeah.
How did your games go?
I'm 2-3, but I blew the heck out of the fourth game. So.
Okay.
I don't know if I blew the second game. I played like crap. OG was the stupidest.
Oh, I've screwed this up.
Huh?
Oops.
What happened?
I forgot you were on the left. So I put my score. Oops. Sorry, guys. All the mistakes
Ogie was just
were
a
made.
terrible play. I don't know what I was doing. What was? Ogie in the second
Okay,
game just
I'm
giving
gonna end the
me
stream.
floating at E.
We'll be back tomorrow.
I had an S. It was like I have the case S.
We'll be back tomorrow in 10 hours. Is it 10 hours? Yeah, it's 10 hours.
Like that.
Okay. Thanks for coming by,
guys.
everybody.
Bye.
Thanks, Fuzzy. I'm glad the stream's working out. It worked like
Thanks
all
for the
week on
stream,
this.
Josh.
Okay. Bye-bye.